Alrighty. Hello, Thomas. How's it going? Alright, I'm also holding my breath because I've actually made a new project here, kind of. I set up Git, and Git is the worst thing ever made. So I couldn't figure out how to get Git to work with the folder I already had, so I had to set up a new folder to get that folder to work as my Git repo, and then I just copied all the files over. So I don't know. All I know is that Visual Studio is now blank, so I have to reopen everything. Which makes me extremely sad. Because I had everything set up so that I knew where I had all of my tabs. We're gonna have to find some things. All of these things need to be opened. That was action, data, object, data, module, data, combat module, behavior module, animation. Is this the right thing? No. That is all good. This here, scriptable objects are no. All the scriptable objects need to go. I don't use that anymore. I think I've moved all of that. Theory experiment behavior. Yeah, this is all trash. Scriptable objects folder. That's a delete. It's backed up anyway, so. I don't use scriptable objects anymore. It is a Unity reliance, and it's not even a very good solution. I don't like them. Yeah, I don't use any of this. I wonder. I don't think I use any of these. Is this... Yeah, I think I use enums. But I think that's all. This is our old code. I've never seen a cog like this. Game manager. It's a specific kind of script. Huh. Yeah. Let's remove everything here except for enums. I think that should be correct. Utility bar buttons. Yeah. Let's dump that. Set script objects. Just cleaning up a little bit. Set sprites. There. Loosened it up a little bit. This is something I don't like with Unity. You always end up with like 100,000 packages here. And I don't know what any of it is. Text Mesh Pro, I know what it is. Like, what the fuck is Timeline? Tool Chain Win Linux x64. Unity UI. JetBrains Rider Editor. I don't know. I just feel like maybe a lot of these are old things. The others added in. Where do you package manager there? 2D sprite. Use Unity sprite editor window to create and edit sprite asset properties like pivot, borders, and physics shape. So this is good, right? Like this is just creating sprites or sprite or working with sprite sheets. So there's nothing wrong with this. The tilemap editor is trash. Addressables is not something I use. Let's delete that. Or was that something I use? Maybe it was. I just destroy everything? Unity addressables. There's something in my script here. Huh? What's the problem? Unity editor build pipe. Like, why is this here? I hate that Unity does this. It does this all the time. It's like, oh, you need this fucking include here? It's literally not used for a single thing at all. So it's completely irrelevant. And same thing in my main controller. It's like, why is there system.net here? System.link, system.io, Unity engine.graphics buffer. Why is that there? Mesh operations from Pro Builder. What is that? Like, there's just so much trash that it just adds without asking. Like, link I have added myself, because that used to be how to parse JSON files. I don't use JSON so much anymore. Used by the Unity test framework, sure. I don't use JetBrains, because it costs like $10,000. Literally $10,000 million. Pro Builder. Build, edit, and texture custom geometry in Unity. What's that? Combat unit selection window. Game window. Why is Pro Builder mesh operations here? JetBrains. Fuck off. Timeline. Use Unity Timeline to create cinematic content, gameplay sequences, audio sequences, complex party. No. Tool chain. Cross compilation. Sure. UI. I don't know. I think maybe the rest here is okay. So I don't really want to use any of it. Signed but never used. Unreachable code. This is an issue. Object, new post tile list. Maybe an object composition cycle. Source effect. Static light source list. Source effect. Effect object list. Source effect. I think JetBrains is basically just like IntelliSense, but much more advanced. Effect object list. Source effect. What is happening? Effect object list. Source effect, effect object list. What does that have to do with the tile? It doesn't have anything. Effect object list. LOT object dot source effect. Effect object list. What? That's so weird. But I think this is all just Unity errors. The Unity inspector, like this, the whole editor, it actually has a lot of problems that it generates. Because if you write something like you have a class that's like actually supposed to just be null if it's unused, Unity still tries to serialize it, and then you get like this wonky thing that might create like a serialization loop, and then Unity just acts strangely. We have any more loops? I think that might have been the loop. And then you just have to do this, you just unserialize it. It's fine. Source effect. Are you 100% Unity dev? Not really. I mean, I know how to write C#. But I don't really know how to work that well outside of the Unity framework. Like, when it comes to like building programs and compilation and all of these kind of things outside of Unity, I'm a little green. But otherwise, I don't feel like I am a Unity developer necessarily. I just kind of use Unity as a platform to write code on top of. Alright. Unused variables, I don't really care about that. So what are we doing? Pathfind. Oh. Pathfind. Main controller. Mouse controller. What is the editor called? Editor. Editor. Is it editor window? No. Level editor, that's what it's called. Object combat module. Object data. Database. Database. Action module. Action database. The mouse controller should be on this side. Where's the shader? I don't know which one it is. What's the shader called? Shaders. Oop, no. Rendering, compute. Rendering shadows compute. All we have to do is open it up and see if it's 6,000 lines long. Yep, this is the one. That one goes here. Setting this up a bit again. So object database goes up here. Object data module database object behavior. Let's not have behavior up yet because it's not relevant. So we have combat module database. Action module, action database. Action module database. Action module. This file is not relevant. Scriptable objects, object behavior. Object behavior. This is a scriptable object, and that's not what we want. Here we have an object behavior module. That's where we want to create a database of object behaviors that inherit from this later. That way we can slap in behavior in objects. And this file is irrelevant, so delete that. This file is also irrelevant. I'll be right back. Okay. So I think we're actually just gonna make some abilities today. Oh, never mind. The project is broken. Oh. I'm gonna sneeze. Scriptable objects. I thought I deleted that. Scriptable objects. Music SO. Oh shit. Don't tell me I'm still using music scriptable objects. Just happened. Type or namespace combat action. Where is combat action? Like, what the fuck? I didn't delete combat action. Did I? Scriptable objects. Restore. Where is this file? Scriptable objects. Combat action database. Okay, so it used to be a scriptable object. Okay, fine. We're just doing some cleaning up. Object animation. Right, this needs to be fixed. Why is that happening? Because I feel like... I might have an idea why it's happening. So, static grid. Draw static grid. And here, we're just returning. And that's not what we need to do. Because here we have like Pathfinder tile deck count equals 0. So we actually need to reset the grid. And how do we do that? We have to do something like this. But here this is going to be like a length of 1. Because you can't set a buffer that has a length of 0. So it has to have a length of 1. But we don't have any data to set. I don't know if you need to set any data. Or if you can just write it and then set buffer. But I worry that is going to be bad. So maybe we do need to do set data with a grid new int 0. Or uint. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like that. try that. All right. It works. This is kind of weird. Maybe not. It just kind of feels like this would be able to hit there, but... This is wrong, actually. But let's see. Is this actually bugged? He is 2 away. So let's move here. Now they are standing on the same distance. No. I think we'll have to see. I'll leave it like this for now, but I do think that there's a possibility that we have to pathfind to every tile individually, which is a ridiculous thing. But I think that might be the case. Because otherwise it won't be accurate. Because as you can see here, we can target these front tiles here, right? But I feel like this is not necessarily accurate, that I can't target there. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But regardless, if we move Rhea back here, this now counts as the only tile where I can actually target her. And that does not feel accurate to me. Because I feel like I should be able to target her here as well. Maybe not here anymore. Like, fine, whatever. But this definitely. But it's because we're not pathfinding to this specific tile. We're pathfinding to this tile and this tile, right? And this tile is kind of like in between. So it's just kind of getting stuck at some point. Or it's because it's only pathfinding here and here. And then it's pathfinding here, and that's not hitting that, because it's just going past it. Yeah. It's not accurate. It just isn't. So we're gonna have to actually pathfind to every tile. But I don't know what the best solution is for that, because I feel like the way I'm doing it now is pretty decent. I'm pathfinding to each of the edge tiles, right? Or it's not a pathfind, it's a... It's a line trace. And then I add every tile that's valid along the path. So it's like after that the issue occurs. Because then I would love to be able to just find like, okay, which tiles are not valid, and then go there. But I don't know if it's that easy. Because I'd have to generate like all of these tiles somehow. It would be easy enough to write a little for loop that takes into account the size of the object and then just adds everything in a diamond shape around. But whatever, it doesn't matter that much right now. What if we just work on some skills instead? That's that. And then this is the action module, but then we need the combat module database. And that's where we actually add his pcaronos.combat.skills.mash head crack, heal bash, shields up. He does not have spells. Oh, we can keep the spell there. Just for testing purposes. I don't know why I insist on doing it like this. Like, none of these things here are necessary to do in an init. Like this. We should just do it here. Okay, so initiative, combat turn speed, action point mod, multi, armor mult, armor flat, damage mult. Bleeding, this is something I don't want to do anymore. Status effects, sure. Distance to move equals new list. There. How am I doing bleed right now? Lead add. Okay. Add bleed. This delete. Add status effect. That's old. Bleeding as a status effect. Shouldn't exist like this. Combat status effect. Like, it shouldn't be... It should be a thing, but... I don't know. Staggered. I do think status effects should still be something like this. But I think this should only be for status effects that might have some kind of tooltip more. Because my idea is that bleeding should not have a tooltip. Necessarily. Like, I don't know. I want it to be more like a core mechanic than a status effect. But sure, let's see. He has all his skills now. Let's try using them. Why does this not work? It's because of this, I think. Okay, yeah. It's bugged. It only hits once. supposed to hit twice, I think. Yeah, this is supposed to be command stage 1. Then this needs to be command stage 2. Alright, head crack. Let's see. This should be null. Command stage 0, command stage 1. Shield bash. Null. Command stage 1, command 0, 1. Shields up. Shields up works already. 0, 1. Okay. Okay. Bam, bam. Hit him in the head. Smashing him in the head increased his stability to 5. Modify stability. Let's see, this is shields up. Smash. Hits. Stability mod target. This should be minus. Modify stability. Stability mod target. Yeah, and it just adds it. Head crack. Target list. Target modify stability. This here could be... Actually, play sound is a little complicated. It probably needs to be changed. Or, because right now I'm just trying to make the ability execute its functionality. But play sound is gonna have to be a separate thing here that plays at different times, because the sound shouldn't necessarily play exactly when the effect takes place. It's close, usually, but not necessarily accurate. All right, let's go back here. He now has 0 stability. Which I'm not so sure about. Perhaps. This work? Not really. Something is bugged here. So what is it? Is it the fact that he moved, or is it the fact that I had smashed her? No, that works. So it's the head crack that doesn't necessarily work. All right. If has condition, loop or staggered. So then we stagger. I think stagger, like, we have to make something separate here. Combat module dot public void interrupt cast. Do we need to do more than that? Spellcasting finish clear. Actually, we have an interrupt cast here already. Casting state equals 0. I'll be right back. Okay, interrupt cast. Turn.time index adjust action points spent. Hello, Flap. How's it going? Don't know if I want a bonus delay, but it doesn't matter if it's there or not. Why does it... Oh. It's because I put the other thing there, yeah. Interrupt. Been chilling, watching vids and stuff the past couple of days. Been working hard otherwise. Working to the bone. Spell casting. Spell casting clear. Fell on my hand, so I can barely do much. Oh, rough. Did you break it? Black and blue? Yeah, fair enough. That sounds tough. I need to do this. Alright, let's try doing this here. User if user dot spellcasting state I feel like this should be different. Kind of. If spellcasting state equals spellcasting loop, let's just go with that for now. Then interrupt cast. But it's weird because I don't understand why her spellcasting was actually like stopped. Because it shouldn't have been. Because I hadn't interrupted it here anywhere. But the question is, like, should a cast always be interrupted by damage? The logical answer is yes. But the gameplay enjoyment answer is not as simple, I would say. I always thought it was always difficult. But it could work, I guess. But it can be a source of like great frustration when just damage interrupts your casting. But I think it can be done in a way where it's okay. Though I am a little bit confused. Why was she? Like, what does stun do? Recheck turn order. Oh, I think I might have an idea of what's wrong. Let's see if it breaks if we do this. I simply cast barrier. We move in, smash her in the head. See? It's because... Oh, things are never easy. It's because she's casting a spell and being in that state means that she should remain in that state. So the spell casting has to do with what action she's currently doing. And when she gets attacked, she not only gets changed into the dual sequence, but she also takes damage, and then she returns from that, and then she returns to the combat idle, even though she is actually still casting. Um... Should we operate on the assumption that damage interrupts casting? Sure. But then the next question is, how much should it... Like, what should an interrupt do? If you get interrupted while you're casting, and you actually have like 5 seconds left to cast, should the interrupt move you to the second where you got interrupted? So it's like your turn after that? Or should it keep you where the spell was? Or where like you were supposed to finish casting? Hmm. If damage type does not equal bleeding, post barrier damage. If total damage applied is greater than 0, then we do that. And we'll also say if damage type does not equal bleeding, then if spell casting state is greater than 0, then spell casting clear or interrupt. Alright? And what this means is that if your armor, or like a barrier, mitigates the damage, then it doesn't interrupt cast. But most spellcasters don't wear armor. At least not in Astria, because they rely on like barriers and stuff.
Oh.
Alright, so let's see. Dual transition. Handle dual scene. Combat phase set. Dual transition. Is that where we are now? This is set. Yeah. Dual transition. Init dual scene. Alright, it doesn't really do anything there. Set action by index. Dual loop. Right. So let's say something like... Why am I in object? What's happening? I click action module. Because it's set here. I wanted to go to the action module. Set. Spellcasting finish. Public void set combat. No, set dual animation. And here we need to say if base object dot combat module dot spellcasting state is greater than 0, then we're not going to do anything. Else, we're going to set this. Okay. Then we go to combat phase update. Dual transition. Combat phase set action execution. Exit phase. This is where we need to say action module dot is idle instead, that I set up the other day. And then Aya casting. This is where things are a little tricky, I would say. But I think casting should just say is idle equals true. Until we find a reason to not have it as true. Ernos doesn't have casting. He does, but he shouldn't. Nestra casting. Where are we now? Let's try just attacking. That's broken. Why is that broken? Like, they're both idle now. Let's take a look. Again. He takes damage. He returns to idle. They're both idle now, but Ria is actually bugged. She is not animating. This dual loop needs to count as idle. Alright, let's try now. Smack her in the head. Okay, it's working. Head crack. That works. Full stab. Works. Head crack. Doesn't work. Okay, she died. Okay, let's try again. But it doesn't work regardless. She's interrupted. She's no longer casting. Okay, it did work, right? So if we cast, go into combat, she stays in casting animation. She takes damage. Okay. Let's do defensive flurry here. Slams the target with his shield for 40 damage. If the target is at 1 stability, the target becomes staggered for 5 seconds. Stagger is not working correctly. For sure. He's dead. Because it needs to update immediately. It's not updating the timeline. Maybe it is. Let's take a look. So all we should have to do here. She has 3. Shield Bash says, if the target is at 1 stability, the target becomes staggered. Smash her in the head. Now she's at 0. Shield Bash. But she did not move at all. She's not delayed. So let's go take a look at Shield Bash. So here we have Stagger. Turn time index plus delay. Recheck turn order. Lerp timeline. Is it not working? What's missing? I do feel like some of these things are kind of missing. Why is it not updating? Recheck turn order. I mean, that seems to be everything I should need to do. So, lerp timeline, combat phase, turn progression. Time index adjust. Is that what I need to call? Set time index core. Maybe. Time index adjust. Adjust. What? Why does that not exist? Combat turn order. Oh, because it's the turn itself. Oh, fine. Fine. So here we're in the combat. Okay. So, turn dot time index adjust delay. Lerp timeline. Let's recheck turn order. Lerp timeline. Recheck turn portrait order. Let's also just lerp timeline. Fine. Alright, let's see how that works. That's bugged too. Okay. Head crack. Bonk. It doesn't work. Why? Progress turn. Time index adjust. That's all I do. Why doesn't it work? Oh wait, I have an idea. I might know why it doesn't work. Yeah, okay, that's why. Here, we need to apply damage after. Otherwise it doesn't work, because... Wait, this is Shield Bash. Where's Head Crack? But this has the same issue here. Because we are checking spellcasting state to stagger, and this is no longer doing that, but has condition, spellcasting, loop. Well, here it shouldn't really matter, because here we do apply damage and then we stagger. It just staggers, so this should work. Then why doesn't it? Target list combat module dot stagger. If stagger state equals none, time index adjust delay, time index plus input. Time index core. It doesn't stagger. Huh? It has condition. Spellcasting state equals loop or staggered. Oh, wait. That doesn't work. I mean, it should work. This should be true. Because right now, I'm not even applying damage outside of has condition, which is bugged, by the way. No, there's an else here that says apply. Does not have condition. Yeah, I guess this doesn't work. This needs to be then true, else false. Because here I'm setting it to the return value of spellcasting state equals spellcasting state dot loop, or staggered. And I think that just means that we just get staggered, because that's what comes later. So first it checks this, and yeah, okay. And then it checks this. I don't know. I don't know what we're getting there, if we're getting true or false. Let's check. C# code tester. I don't know the best website for that is. Gonna add this here. So if we say bool 1 equals false, bool 2 equals true, then we say bool 3 equals bool it's loop is true, so 2 or 1. Right line 3 returns true. So why is that true? Returns true. So why is this not working? Let's remove that. Does not have condition. Is the spellcasting state like not being set there or something? Because it should be. Maybe it's not being set at all? This is, man. Fair enough. I guess. Handle combat casting action. We're not ever setting the spellcasting state to be loop. Execute spell init. Actually already running. It happens here. It's a little confusing. I'm gonna move it back. Now it staggers. And I think it might have worked. Let's unattach, try this again. Bam! Get staggered, bitch! And now she's staggered. So now we can stun her. Bam! Fuck you! And then she died. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Time adjust. Set time index core. Lerp timeline. Yeah. Recheck turn order is just lerp timeline. So that's irrelevant. Okay. Next up, I would like to see him have like a charge attack or something. I honestly don't know overall what kind of skills I would give him more than this. This is a very basic set, right? The reality is, it can be tricky to make abilities for someone who isn't like a spellcaster, for example. Oh, I think we'll be. I think we can finish. I think we can figure some stuff out. But beyond this, I'm not entirely sure what to give him right now. Maybe we move on to another character for now. I do think he might have some other kind of shout. I think shouts are good. Just like battlefield orders. I think Rhea should have something like that too, actually. But that's why I'm really personally in favor of like limited skill loadouts. Because that means you can make them, you can make the characters be certain, like lean into certain archetypes more. Like maybe you want Rhea to mainly be a spellcaster, and you can just try to give her more spell-related stuff. And because otherwise, the reality is, if they have like a large amount of skills, they are all always going to compete with each other, because you always have them, right? And I think the reality is that the more you try to make things realistic, the worse they become as games, because reality is all about optimization, and that usually leads to doing one thing. Shoot people with a bow in the face, for example. Shoot gun. You know, like you don't have 100 gun techniques or like cool things to do in combat when there's a shootout. You hide behind corner and shoot. Because reality is, that's just how reality works. Dueling is not particularly interesting in reality. It kind of just... You kind of just stab each other. I think the average duel would last like 2 or 3 tempos, and then it would be over. Or if even that much. And it's just kind of stab each other. Um, yeah. All right. Let's leave that there for now. Nesra is a little difficult. Waylon needs some coding. We go to a object. Now we go to combat module. What we're gonna add here is we have a bunch of different variables already, but I want something called like special resource. Right? And then we go here and we say Nesra special resource equals 10. Special resource max equals 10. Waylon special resource equals 3. Special resource max equals 3. Aya should also have special resource. How should hers work? I think it should be like 1, maybe. I don't think Ria necessarily should have special resource. She could. Special resource equals 1. 1. Her special resource could be 0. Well, actually, 100. Aya's special resource should be 0 too, I think. Adanos does not have special resource. I think. I don't think everyone should have it just for the sake of having it. I don't like stuff like that. Things. I don't like making things special just for the sake of making things special. I don't like... I don't necessarily like uniformity in terms of like, if one character is special, all the characters need to be special, that kind of stuff. I always feel like it's... You have to find some middle ground. You have to think more about what makes sense than force things. Forcing things is almost always bad, in my opinion. If a character should have a special resource, they should have a special resource. If they don't need one, they shouldn't have one. Think of another way to make them feel unique. Not having a special resource is something that would make them unique, for example. But sure. So then, if we just start writing some shit. Action module, action database. Ria, Wayland. Combat skills. Now, I'm not sure I made a snippet for skills. There is one here, but this one is actually outdated now. Sure, we can use that. Also, it's bugged anyway. Man. I mean, this is weird. This is never gonna happen. Trigger when we don't have a target. This is never gonna happen. Actually gonna remove this. Skill name. All right, let's see. This one. Now this is a combat action. So now here we have to say public int special resource change. Special resource requirement. Special. Huh. There. Special resource change equals -1. Special resource requirement equals 1. Range 10. If special resource change is not equal 0, then user dot combat module dot special resource plus equals special resource change. If user.combat module.special resource less than 0, if user.combat module.special resource is greater than special resource max. Dot combat module dot special resource equals special resource max. But that might not be as simple either. You might want to do that differently. This might want to trigger at a certain point in the skill, but we'll get to that later. So now we have a special resource. Now we also need to show that. Yeah. I think that's okay. What next? Okay, sure. Let's change this to slashing. How many hits? Also, stagger. I think stagger should reduce your stability to either 1 or 0. I don't know if I want to use 0 though. Or just use 0 as staggered. But I also don't really want you to become staggered just by losing your stability, I think. I think it should be you get to low stability and then you have to get hit by something staggering. Can you do something like this? Is there any way to do this? Case like case 0. Which with case range? Dot dot dot. Is that how you do it? Dot dot dot. No. It's supposed to work, but maybe it doesn't work in C#. When? Case, what are they doing here? Case int I when I is greater than, what is I? Equal to 0 and I is less than 2. Oh, what is I? How does this work? Doesn't make any sense. The fuck is I? Don't you have to set it? Apparently you can write is greater than 0 and less than 2. Okay. It's kind of weird to me that they didn't just use the and symbol. Like, why did they go with and instead of just doing that? No bleed. No, no. $3 we've been going for 3 hours. Ooh. Should go for a little walk, shouldn't I? Being able to implement skills and just being able to work on that, that's something that I can probably do like 8 hours on, unironically, in a row. It's not that big of a deal, but the reality is that we're gonna run into things that are gonna need extra coding, and that's when it's gonna collapse. You know what? I'm gonna go for a little short break. And then we'll continue. But we are just implementing skills now, and I think most of these skills are gonna be just fine to implement. There are things that I'm not really sure if we're gonna have or how to implement that I'm gonna make, such as like counters, stances, defensive stuff. Because that's a little more difficult, and it requires more coding for the timeline and stuff, because what I haven't implemented yet is that I want enemies to have targets. I want them to show what they're planning to do in the combat, in the timeline. But that doesn't work right now, because that requires the AI to be implemented to some degree. The AI needs to be able to do target acquisition and stuff like this. So it doesn't work here. But that's the kind of things that I want to do, like being able to do ripostes and stuff like this. And that requires knowing what the enemy is going to do. And then your turn, like, happening to coincide in the right time so you can actually do it. Oh. Yep. Be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
We're back. Kind of. I want chalky milk. I'm gonna make chalky milk. Oh, chalky milk incoming. Baby tiger weighed in a bucket? Wow. Wow. Yeah, wow. Damn. Human babies are so stupid. Can't even walk. Okay. Oh, we got the chalky milk. Do you think that's enough to survive? I'm not so sure. Hopefully. So. Right now we're doing lights out. That's gonna stagger. Now again, should stagger. What should stagger do? Stability 0. Maybe. So what I want to do as well is if we go to progress turn. No, don't peek. Here. Burn turn equals this guy. Dagger state. But we're also gonna say current turn dot unit dot combat dot modify stability 1. Object source. No. Now, this is a tricky part. Let's just try this. Because I'm worried that it's going to execute this twice when you cast a spell. Meaning you would get stability twice if you cast a spell. Actually, let's... where do we set stability? Set it to 1. So he has 2 stability now. We cast Barrier. He has 2 stability. See issues. 4 stability. Yeah, it triggered twice. Fuck. I think you can't recover stability naturally. I don't think you can do that. End turn could give you stability, but delay cannot. Because otherwise you can just delay. Like it's completely broken. She has 3. Okay, I'm just gonna delay. Yeah, now she has full. So it can't work like that. Stability has to come from somewhere. And ending your turn, it's a little tricky. To the point where I don't know where it will end up in the end. But the problem is that I wonder if delaying should not give you your points back simply. But I don't know if it matters, but it might. What if we do that? That could solve a lot of things. So the issue is, I want characters to be able to delay their turn. Because what if you want to wait until after a spell has been cast? Or you want to wait after whatever? Because one of the big issues with, like, tactical gameplay in a game revolving around synergy, character synergy, and, like, the current state of the battle, everything being reliant on RNG timings because of your, like, just your initiative or whatever, is kind of ass. Because it just means that everything becomes just random happenstance. I can combo this time because the characters happen to line up this time, you know. And it's kind of stupid. So I don't really know how to go about it. Because, like, what should end turn do? Should it just throw you 10 points out? Should it cost 5 points? Should it cost 2 points? Like, how long should you get delayed by ending your turn? Because there are so many issues. Like, you can game the system to gain more moves, for example. Ugh. But then at the same time, man, things are just kind of falling apart. How do I handle this? Like, if I delay the turn, right now it just costs 1 AP per second that you delay. But what that means is that you can like move a few points, and then you just stop there, and then you get your points back, and that way you can kind of game it so that you can move, and then you can get your points back and do bigger attacks. I think that's kind of unavoidable. I guess it doesn't matter that much either. I mean, maybe there shouldn't be AP. Maybe I should just get rid of AP. Kind of. I mean, it wouldn't... I think we almost have to get rid of AP. But not really. I mean, it's all tricky. Oh. How should this work? Because without AP, then you could just make everything cost time instead. I can kind of see something. But not really. See, the issue is if we say that the Nefir Spearman is there, this is like 4 seconds away or something. Now I have 10 points, right? And that means I can do 1 attack. Hmm. Like this is her most, or overhead slash is also expensive, costs 6. So what that could mean potentially, for example, is that let's say we have an attack that costs 10. That means I can't move before using it. But what if I can just walk over here? I've mitigated by making end turn cost 2 points. So right now it's kind of solved itself almost. But we could still go for like 1 point forward. That way we can gain 1 point. And I think it's an issue. Even if it's just 1 point, I think it's an issue. Because having to, or being able to metagame the end turn to just recover AP, I think is kind of defeating the point of the system to some degree. And I just don't like things that create toxic, like, abuse scenarios where you feel like you have to. But you could do something like AP is just movement points or something, and then attacks are they just delay you a certain amount of time. But that would mean that you could always move 10 points and then attack. And that would mean that I would have to restrict movement, which is something I don't want to do. I want all the characters to be able to move like the same distance, more or less. I just want it to be... I want the cost of the skills to be the mitigating factor, how far you can move and do something. Hmm. But I don't particularly like this idea of delay costing you AP either. I would ideally like you to just be able to delay and that's it. Ria's idle animation is bugged, by the way. It's got... It's not meant to jerk like that. Always been like that. Well, we'll have to think about this more. Let's continue implementing actions. I think what we can do is we can go here. There we have a stability gauge. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate it. Rename it. Move it. I don't know where. Don't really know what to make here, but these are actually the wrong size. $21, that's correct. AP gauge 16. Sure. Yeah, all these elements of different sizes, it's kind of weird. This is just in assets. Oh well, we can move it later. Hey. This is gonna be more complicated than this because it's gonna have to fetch their specific special resource if they have one. But for now, we're just gonna say that. No reason to do that, we just do that. Oh, never mind. Actually, we're not going to change the icon there. I mean, we are going to change the icon, but not now. I'm not going to do that until later. Might work. No? Ria has 0. Autonomous has 0. Waylon has 3. This guy has 0. Alright. So now we have special resource that we can work with. Then we go to the action database again. And now, let's see, what do we do now? Damage bonus. Oh, right. Something like that. That's better. Because I want the bleed to also get it. Alright. Time. It's time to raise the disc. Either haircut. Okay, so you do case. Can you just is this bad practice? Can I just delete the case and just slap in default? That way it'll just always default to that. It sounds like such a bad way of doing it, but let's just say if case is greater than or equal to 0 and less than. Because what I'm doing here is it's just kind of using stage to iterate through this. So here we're gonna call stage 0. Here we call stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Right? So how... What is the length of melee attack? Made it 30. Well, that's quite a lot. I don't know if that's accurate. Yeah, so each stage here, trigger a place, then we enter a switch, and then we enter, or we fetch the like strength of the hit, damage type, all from hits, which is an array that we access using the stage that's getting passed in. So if the damage, if like the content of each trigger is almost identical, I'm just gonna reuse it. Otherwise, I'll create another case for a special exemption that does something else. Feels... I'm just gonna type it here. Maybe else if instead of the ifs? Where are we doing ifs? Oh, here. Yeah, I guess. It's going alright. We're implementing abilities and stuff. Well, the reality is that they can all happen. So it should be if. But it's like, in reality, they shouldn't. But it's that kind of scenario, like, what if the computer freezes for like 3 seconds? And then we jump ahead in the delta time, and then it tries to execute by jumping the animation ahead too many frames, and now we like missed an endpoint. That's where this is supposed to not have else's, because then the first one can trigger and then the second one can trigger on the same frame, because we skipped past the first one unintentionally. That's the idea there, at least. Okay, Those are the 3 skills he's got right now. Pistol, lights out. Pistol, right now he's got 3. Bam. Now he has 2. So then Last Resort should do 15 damage each hit. It didn't? I mean, it did, actually, it did. But something was very, very wrong. All damage pop-up. What? Why? Index was out of range? What's the issue? Oh. Man stage equals 1. Plus equals 1. Oh, that means the others might be bugged too. Oh, I set up Git as well for the project, and I almost bad. Something bad. Okay. I hate Git so much. Like, I was trying to do it. No, I did it off stream, thankfully. I was yelling. So I set up a new Git repository, right? And I did what they said. I did the whole, like, adding a readme, did the first commit and all of that shit. Worked fine. And then I copied my project over to the folder, and then I did git add --all, git commit -m, typed in comment, and then I did git push. And then it worked, except when it got to like 70%, it was like, this file is too big. It's 120 megabytes. So I was like, okay, I'll delete it. So I went and I deleted it. And then I went back and I did git add all, commit, push. But no, it was still in there, even though it was gone. So I was like, okay, so it's like in the commit, right? So I googled how to remove commit. And there's like 100 different posts about how to do it, and none of them actually work. It was like, oh, you can remove? Yeah, you can remove one file. I'm like, okay, but I just want to clear the fucking commit and do it again. And they were like, okay, you can do reset. It also said never do reset and never do restore. And so I tried restore, and I tried like every single implementation of restore that they did on Google, and nothing. It still didn't work. Then I did reset soft, didn't work. Reset soft head 1 didn't work. Reset hard head 1 didn't work. So eventually I literally just deleted the folder and started from scratch. All because I could not fucking get rid of that fucking commit. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's just a commit. Like, why can't I just get rid of it? Like, just let me get rid of it. I don't know how to do it. It's too complicated. I need a GUI. At least in Visual Studio, you do have a bit of a GUI, but because I was doing that via just MS-DOS or the command prompt. MS-DOS isn't a thing, but yeah. Yeah. I was checking some things here. I'm surprised these things have worked, because they don't actually work. Let's see, whale and pistol. So Adanos has issues. Smash. Yeah, that works. Okay. I think that was actually all of the issues. Alright, so we shoot with pistol. Blam! 60 damage. Got mitigated by the armor. Lights out. It has 1 charge. It crashed. Index outside the bounds of the array of audio clips. It's fine. Pistol. Bam. Bam! Yep, get staggered, bitch. And now it doesn't have a charge anymore, so you can't use it. Then we can blast Rhea with a pistol. Blam! Does 100 damage. Because it does piercing. Right. And now he has 1. Then we can do Last Resort on Aranos. Bam, 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 bam. And we can shoot Rhea with it. Bam! It's actually incorrect. She's supposed to die in the combat. There. What is happening there? What is that? Huh? This is a floating point error, I think. I have not seen that before. But why is it only when she's dead? As you can see, it's only on her. Well, Aranos doesn't happen on him at all. What is causing that? Yeah, we're I am putting in skills here, so no targets. Yeah, he's supposed to target himself as well. Also, Waylon is supposed to be a target there. I don't know why he isn't. Because Rhea works as a target. I guess Waylon isn't set up to be on the Astrian team properly. But yes. This, though, this is wrong. Yeah. So this has to be set up. Where is that, though? That's when we are generating the skills. Oh, shit, where's that? It's like in some fucking script. I hate the UI code right now. Because it's like everything is just sequestered away somewhere. Command selection menu, maybe. Combat action entry list equals command type equals skills. Right, it gets fetched from there, and then here it instantiates all the buttons, and here it's this init command. And here we have to say if AP cost is greater than action points remaining, charges. Let's say special resource. No. Actually, kind of. But it doesn't have that yet. Here I'm setting the icons that show up on the skill. But right now there's too much stuff on the skill itself in the menu. And it should just be more stuff in the tooltip. But basically, if combat action dot special resources requirement is greater than 0, then set unavailable. but this, it needs to say if combat action dot special resource requirement is greater than how do we access the unit? Simple. We say main controller dot current turn dot unit dot combat module dot special resource current. Then we set it to unavailable. And that should be fine for now. We blast Aranos a couple of times with the gun. And now the pistol should become unavailable. Yep, it's unavailable. Just like doing last resort ones. Makes it unavailable. And he's dead. Now he only has this left. Does giga damage. Now she dies. No. What, really? She survived? It already did all of its damage? Now she dies. But it's bugged. Because she's supposed to die there at the end. But I don't feel like fixing it right now. I'd rather just keep pushing and implement some more abilities here. So right now this guy he can shoot a pistol. He has 3 pistols. He can fire a pistol. That's a skill. It does damage, because you shoot a pistol at somebody. It does a lot of damage. Also has tactical importance, because shooting something or doing damage to something might interrupt spellcasting. So against casters it might be really powerful. It might be really powerful against barriers and stuff, because you can do high burst damage in one turn in order to help like party members break through. Or you can just use it immediately, burst through enemies with it. And then the idea that I'm going with now is that he does more damage the less pistols he has left. Because he like sees them as insurance. And when they're gone, it's like his back's against the corner kinda. So he fights harder. Gets more serious. So he's got the pistol, he has 1 attack that's just 2 hits, and then he throws pocket sand, which is just a limited available, like he has 1 or 2 or maybe 3 charges. I think it's okay to give it more than 1, because 1 is like, especially if we end up having limited skill loadouts. Then like one of your abilities just becoming dead early, I think is not a good thing. So maybe 3 or something. But the idea with it was that he has limited uses of it, and in return, he can stagger enemies, something that's usually only done when you have like reduced an enemy's stability to 1 or something, and then you can hit them to stagger them, and stagger pushes them back in the turn order by a certain amount of seconds or steps. But here he can do it for free, just right away. That was the idea there. And the next skill was Last Resort, which is basically a skill that's supposed to be pretty weak earlier on, because generally speaking, I kind of split attacks into combo attacks and like heavy hitting attacks. So you have, if you have one attack that hits once, it probably hits harder, which means it's better against armor. But if you have a multi-hitting attack, it has weaker hits, but it does more damage against low armored enemies. And Last Resort was supposed to just do many hits with low damage. And it would just become really powerful when he's completely out of pistols. But it might still be like genuinely useless against full plate, which is fine. So let's see. This next attack says cancels any defensive stance on target, but the reality is that I don't have that. And same here, Wayland counters the next melee attack. I don't have that. So I think we should make like some spells maybe. Let's go to Nesra. But I think Nesra is very undecided how she's gonna work. But I think the reality is as well, I have to figure out how to make stability work, because it's just weird. Turn-based is really difficult to make the mechanics make sense. Especially making anything more complicated. So we'll have to see. Because Like, regaining stability as a melee character makes a lot more sense, because I'll just give you options that regain stability, whether it's a little bit or whether it's a lot. Like, it's a defensive skill, or it's an offense, or like a weaker offensive skill that's meant to keep you at high stability, or, you know. But as a ranged character, it's like, does firing a crossbow bolt give you +1 stability? And if not, then how are you going to regain stability? So that's why originally it was meant to be something that you regain like maybe once per turn. But the reality is that a turn can be anything. A turn can be 1 second long, because you can delay your turn to the next turn, or to the next second, and then it becomes your turn again. That counts as a turn. So you can like cheat the system and get it all back. So like what gives you like a stability back globally for everyone? This end turn, I don't know what to do with end turn, or how it should work. Tricky. Really tricky. And I am a little preoccupied with it. Now, Nesra is a little trickier because my design for her comes from like an older version of everything we were doing. Maybe I should just wait with her. But she might have multiple special resources. Now, how do we handle that? How do we handle a character having multiple special resources? I think the combat module simply needs to have something here that says public int loaded ammunition current count. Ammunition max count. Or ammunition max. But what about ammunition current max? What about public int ammunition total? Public int ammunition total max. All of these should be 0. Hello, Fuzzy. And then here for Nesra, instead of special resource current, I think we should say ammunition current count equals 1. Ammunition current max equals 1. Ammunition total equals 10. Ammunition total max equals 10. And the special resource could be a little special here. So, I'm not sure. I don't know how she should work. But I have, here I gave her crossbow bolts, so she has like a limited amount. How many arrows would you fit in a quiver anyway? $25 to $30. Typically 6 to 24. Standard quivers often hold around 12 to 18. Depends on the purpose. $10 to $20. Yeah. I think 10 might even be too much. The idea was that she has like special crossbow bolts that she can infuse with magic. Jesus Christ. But originally I had intended for her to be able to have like elements. But that's kind of not how things work anymore, necessarily. Back to work. Alright, good luck, dude. What if you write some spells instead? Effect funk list. Can we cast a spell without effects? How do I do a placeholder spell? Oh. Because here... I'm applying the barrier in the effect, yeah. So we need to have an effect. Should it look like? have a solution. Let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make an effect, and it's gonna look like this. Is that good? Is that 8, 10? There. Maybe I should have 2 parts of it always. I think almost all spells will end up having 2 parts. So we can have a back and a front placeholder. Object data module. Let's update it and say let's do something like nah, let's do that. And then we make another one that's light blue. Back effect, yeah. Blend mode hard light. I don't know if we want to do hard light. It's just something that we can do if we want. All right, so now we have the effect data. What else are we missing then? Effect database. Spells placeholder. Why is this different? Am I stupid? What is happening here? Why is this... What? Huh? What Huh? What did I do here? Like... Where did I copy this from? Effect name barrier. But why doesn't barrier look like that? Did I cut? Yes, I cut it. Why? Fuck. I can't just create one placeholder. Alright. Be back in a sec. Stretching. Oh, fuck. All right. So we can have a placeholder image, but we cannot have a placeholder spell. So here, this spell cannot be called placeholder. So let's call it suture. And then here, entities, effects, spells. Object data module database. We do have a placeholder there. That could be okay. Effect objects. Fuck. But I can't do that either. It's the key. The key is used. I think. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. At least not right now. Fine. Spells are complicated, man. I feel like they shouldn't be so complicated, but I don't think there's any choice. Because they have to generate effects. And effects need to be entities. And effects need to function as an entity. So they need to have everything an entity has. Like, that's where particle systems kind of come in, but I don't really think that's the solution. It's like a barrier has to be able to follow an object. I don't really know how I would implement it otherwise. Because right now I'm just treating them as objects that spawn in the world, just like anything else. That's a spell effect. I haven't made an animation for it yet. Sure. Let's do it like this. There are too many things involved with spells. I get lost. I genuinely don't know what the fuck's happening. How do I delete? I don't know how I turn off the ability. I guess. I don't know if I should do end behavior, because I'm not doing end behavior here at all. I think it just kind of ends. Hello, Ian. Yeah, we're probably on the tail end of this. I'm already pushing it. I usually only stream for like 4 or 5 hours. But I'm doing things that aren't that demanding, so trying to just keep going. So now we need to add something else. Where is bleed? Bleed add. We have bleed add, we have bleed apply. So what am I doing here with the bleed magnitude? Hmm. Yeah. This doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense. No, this is weird. I feel like the bleed magnitude... I don't mind the idea of the bleed magnitude. I do think it might overcomplicate things. But this doesn't make sense. Now let's say we have bleeding applied. Oh, wait, no. Bleeding applied. That's what we already have. That's how much bleed we have. Yeah, okay, so it's added here, and then we recalculate our current magnitude. And the magnitude is based on how much health do we have, as opposed to how much bleeding do we have. Yeah. But I think this is stupid too. Like, bleed add, bleed subtract. Just say bleed modify. And then we'll say if bleeding applied is less than 0, then bleeding applied equals 0. And then here we're gonna say bleed magnitude equals 1. Else. What we'll also say is if bleeding applied is greater than max health. Is health meant to be max health? Then we'll say bleeding applied equals health. I don't know if I... No, I don't know. It's just, it becomes weird if you're bleeding more than your maximum health. I think the formula gets strange. But I think instead what we should do is say int bleed capped equals bleeding we're just gonna say like math f.min. Well, not math f, math.min. Bleeding applied or health. And we use that. And so let's see. Data module. Not in here, it's in combat module. Alright, that's where health is. And that's why we are here in object data, object combat module database there. Here it says health. I want that to say max health. Or health max. And current health should be health current. Just moving the init to the end so that we can do health current equals health max there instead, because I feel like it's stupid to do it there, even though it's literally like the only thing we're doing in the init right now. All right. Where are we? Where are we at? Action database. Combat module. Dot. Bleed. Modify. Bleed input. Strength. Needs to be minus, like, I don't know, 100? I don't even know how much health characters should have yet. I mean, that's something we'll have to figure out. Because the reality is, it's gonna have to, you have to determine how long should an encounter be, how long should your characters last, etc., etc. So I don't know how much health to put on them right now, but it doesn't really matter that much either. But they shouldn't die that fast. But it also depends on stability. Or it's supposed to. But I'm not sure if it'll... I'm not sure how it'll work out. Like, should I just make being staggered double damage or something? And on top of that, that doesn't necessarily work either, because like every enemy is gonna have to have some kind of stagger attack in that case. Every single one, otherwise they won't be able to hurt you. More or less. Not sure. Not sure. Well, we'll figure it out. Why am I setting bleed magnitude to 1 instead of 0? Doesn't really matter though, but... Huh. Something's wrong. Spell. Front. Back. I mean, that's what it looked like. I'm so confused. All right, there we go. Right. And we add it to someone. I kind of don't think it'll work, but we'll give it a go. See what happens. It's the best way to find out what's wrong. For some reason, it created a barrier, which is really strange to me. Like, really, really strange. I thought I had gotten rid of all of that. No, here. Spell suture. Alright. Cast it again. Crash. Oh. Yeah, I make the pixel art. Other people make the designs, though. We have people who design. But I'm the pixel artist. Crash. How is the animation list? Request animation. Huh? This is like the one thing that should work. Maybe I was looking. Yeah. Suture front in it. What's the problem with that? Effect. Request animation. What? Attempted to create animation, but sprite frames is null or empty. Is it because they are single image? Placeholder. Placeholder. Oh, it's called placeholder spell. My bad. My bad. Spell. Alright, let's try again. Go. Ah. The front worked, but the back was a barrier for some reason again. Effect func list suture. Front back. Placeholder. Fair enough, fair enough. Effect objects. Unfortunately, I can't really see how much bleeding is applied. She's gonna take a little bleeding here. Four. And then if we suture... I know it's so slow. It needs to be faster. Let's make it have like... Barely have animations right now. So here it... Oh, why? Its cast time is equal to its AP cost. I guess. Let's make it like 2 then. Front load it. I wonder if after cast delay works properly. So now she has bleeding. Took 4 damage. No, it's bugged. Get time index offset. That's here. Time index adjust. After cast delay. Ugh. Yeah, this is incorrectly being applied. This is end turn. So where is execute spell? Spell to cast behavior. Current turn unit. I just feel like current turn dot unit dot combat module dot turn dot time index adjust spell to cast dot after delay. What? Aye! This should be spell to cast should be combat action. That way we can say spell to cast dot after cast delay. Perhaps. Because what was happening, the idea was that certain spells can be faster, but you pay for it by being delayed afterwards, right? I think it's a little complicated, but for now it is what it is. But what was happening was that the aftercast delay was added on top. So now she took 4 damage. So if I cast Suture here, now it should happen 1 turn after them. And she should have bleeding left, I think. Yeah. Execute spell behavior. Execute spell init. This is where it should happen. Time index adjust. I guess. It's either that or in finalize. Because here it says end of turn. And I worry that if I set it here, it won't have time to get adjusted. But I don't know. We can try it there. I almost pressed F11 to F-save, to quick save in Might and Magic. So now she won't take any bleed damage, because 0 time passes until Aya's turn. And we delay her once. Oh, no, I can't reach. Need to move 1 step. Already kind of messes it up. But yeah, Suture puts us 2 forward. Okay, what now? Oh, spell to cast is set to null there. Fine. What if we cast Suture on... Which one is which? Oh no, I can't click. Oh, there. Okay, so first one is top. So if we cast on bottom Ria, and then we triple stab. She gets bleed applied. Then we remove the bleed immediately. I don't think she took any damage, so I think it works. But the spell doesn't work. It's permanent. It's supposed to end itself. Effect. Effect update. Effect to be deleted. Active effect list. Play effect. If active effect list slated for deletion. If current action has ended. End behavior. Here, end behavior. And this is barrier. So yeah, it does need to do end behavior. But what about here? Because it doesn't do end behavior here. It just does has ended. Alright, so let's look at future front. We're gonna say behavior. If time index. Oh, this should be like 6. And then here, if greater than animation length and 1, then we're gonna say. I mean, I think it should be just end behavior. But maybe end behavior is too big. It does triggers, facing directions, command stage equals 0. Should it say has ended here? Let's try now. Gonna be this one. No. Well, whatever. Let's do that. Stab, stab. She'll take 4 damage. Crashed. Try again. I'm gonna go to action database. Whatever. I don't know how long she'll bleed if I stab her. So we target the top one. Why did it crash now? No, it didn't crash. I just canceled it. Oh! It didn't crash, but it also didn't work, to be clear. They're the same, man. Ah, this is why. Command stage is set to 0. Or to 1. Should be set to 0. Oh! About time to stop. Like, for real, like, no matter what. There's 6.5 hours. Pretty good. Why is the spell still there? I don't understand. I mean, does it not have end behavior? Behavior. Like, action time index is greater than command stage, set sprite progress time. Like, it's not looping. I don't understand. Why does it not exit? Turn yourself off, bro. Oh, hold on. What's that? This is just an action. I think I oversimplified it. At some point, make that a combat action. Here, front, combat action. Back is just an action. Nah. Make it a combat action. There as well. Because that's what's happening. The combat action has a end behavior method that I call that actually has functions in it, and it says has ended equals to true, but the action doesn't have the end behavior. And the combat action inherits from action, and then the skills inherit from combat action. But the bleed removal seems to just work. Now it's just a matter of, you know, oh, okay, now it doesn't work. I guess that's why. Fine, let's try doing that. But let's go to end behavior and actually at least make it say has ended equals true. Ah, it worked! Oh! Thank you. Thank you. Can we do it twice in a row? Thank you. Thank you. So what I did there was I implemented a healing ability that only heals accumulated bleeding, right? So gonna try to do it that way. I think that'll make sense. That and preventing damage. Gonna be the focus. Preventing damage in general. From spells that prevent damage, crowd control, simply not taking that much damage until you are staggered or low on stability. Something along those lines. But yeah, I think that's all for today. I'm gonna go and eat and probably take a shower. And then we'll play some more Titan Quest, I think. Though I don't really want to, but I'm gonna finish the beta. I'll finish the whole game later, but I did not enjoy what I was playing last time. It was kind of boring. Honestly, Diablo 4 was more fun. Unironically. Diablo 4 was kind of like it was kind of fun to play. It was just everything else was horrible. That was the issue with it. But yeah. We got a lot to work here, which is good. So next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.